there's this, and hi, hello everyone. Happy Choomsday. Yes, that is the right day. I'm suddenly very tired. Hello. Hello everyone. I hope you're having a good week. I hope the is off to a good start. I hope you're out enjoying yourselves. I hope the weekend was good. Let me say hi to everyone. Hello, Standing. Happy Choomsday to you as well. It's been an okay day. Nothing too crazy. Honestly, I think considering everything, I will take not too crazy. I will take a nice, easygoing, manageable day. That sounds good to me. I can work with that. Hello, lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. I hope you're all doing very well. Excellent weekend with good weather, lots of pond. I have noticed that, and anytime I open my window and you just get that kind of smell, that smelly smell that smells smelly, and you're like, oh, it's springtime. The plants are hard at work making more plants. It's good though. We need plants. Plants are good. Plants are our friends. They make us happy. I did have a pretty good weekend. Got to hang out with all of you. I got to go on a nice long bike ride. It was a very good day on Sunday for it. So I went out and spent most of the afternoon just out riding around. So that was good. I am sort of rebalancing some of my exercise plans. So last week, because of, everything, I kind of fell off a little bit. Like I wasn't as good with my exercise regimen, my PT regimen as I have been, but I think I can be forgiven for missing a couple of days. And honestly, the progress with that has been going really well. So it's like, yeah, if we skip a little bit or we just have a couple of light days, it's like, all right, whatever. But I noticed like a few of the rides that I was doing felt rough. Like I was getting, one of the ones I did before was about 34 miles, and by the end of it, I was definitely sort of worn out, right? Like I was very tired by the end of it. I was ready to call it a day. And I think a big part of it is, so I have some upper body exercises I do and I have some lower body, and I kind of split it up by day, right? So I'll do the upper body stuff one day, I'll do the lower body stuff and core the other day. And I think just doing the lower body stuff on the same day as runs and bike rides is like, okay, so I'm already putting out a fair amount of effort before I even get on the bike, and then I go do like 30 something miles. It's like, yeah, of course you're tired. So I'm gonna try flipping it. I'm gonna try doing the upper body stuff before I do the rides and do the lower body stuff on the off days, just so that I can have a little bit more variety and I'm not sort of double drawing from the same muscle groups and everything on one day. Though I do need to take my bike in. I went over to the bike shop while I was out on Sunday, and I just checked to see if they'd have some time, because I wanted to take a look at one of my brakes. It's working. I'm not in danger or anything. It's just it feels a little bit off, and I want them to take a look and see if there's anything that can be sort of, it needs calibrations, right? It's a precision machine. I am honestly kind of amazed how complicated modern bikes are. Like, people have figured out ways to make them perform better and do better stuff and everything, but it's just like, yeah, there's a reason they cost so much money. It's because they're stupidly complicated. I did see, I don't think I actually follow Connor anywhere, but I just opened up Twitch earlier to see who was on, and Connor's doing another cyclothon. He's on day 4. I don't know how long this one is. The last one that he did was about 1,400 kilometers, which is insane. That's an insanely long way to go. And it's like, okay, so you're like a trained cyclist. Maybe not, you know, competitive, but you know how to do a marathon, which is way more than me. You know, I was thinking about doing a ride this summer. It's like 200 miles, right? And I think I've said this already, but I'm probably going to put it off to next year just because I feel like I would need to get up to a point where I can do a 60-mile ride comfortably, right? Because to do a 200-mile ride, do this particular ride, I would need to do like 60 to 70 miles a day, right? So the ride that I did on Sunday, I would need to do that twice and then do that again for 2 more days. There was a time where I felt comfortable working on my bike myself, not the bike that you have now. Yeah, that's kind of it. Like, I don't know, just the way that they're built, the gears, or the chain will fall off the gears, right? You need to sort of remount it and all that. And, you know, I can like nudge stuff, but especially like the gear shift and the braking system is like, this is way more complicated than I think than they used to be. Well, and especially this. So my bike has a disc brake. You know, the old ones, the really old ones, like when I was little, you just backpedaled and it just stopped stopped the gears from moving. Which was, of course, super fun because then you could do the power slides and you looked super cool. And then, you know, later on it had the pad brakes. So, you know, you grip it on the wheel or on the handlebar, and it has the 2 little like grippy bits that sort of clutch on the tire. And that's what I was used to. And then this one has a little like metal disc that runs beside the wheel and has a clamp on that. So it's much stronger, but it's also like very precise. The brake is only moving a few millimeters between open and closed. It's like, I get that this is better, but it also just feels way more complicated. Maybe not. Maybe I guess the mechanism isn't really that different. It's just machined better. I don't know. I do kind of want to get into things. So here's basically what I'm looking at. I have a commission that is almost definitely going to go through. You know, where we negotiated the price, we figured out the plan, we just haven't exchanged money yet, and you know, I don't get started on commissions until the money has been handed over. Probably hydraulic. It is hydraulic. You are right. Cause the shop, you know, back during the winter, I took it in for the maintenance, and you know, they did a sort of annual inspection, right? Top to bottom, check the brakes, check the this, check the that, make sure everything looks good, all the spokes are in good condition, whole 9 yards. And one of the things that they said was they wanted to do I don't remember exactly what they said, but basically they wanted to check to see if the brake cables had air bubbles in them, right? Because that can mess with the responsiveness of the brake. I think they said they wanted to drain it or something. And I feel like that's kind of what happened. It's like they checked that, but maybe they didn't do the best job with it. And so it's kind of not as responsive as it should be. So I'm going to take it in on Friday. You know, I might do that sort of cross-training thing that I've done where I like bike over and then I jog home. Just to, you know, I especially small errands like that, it's like if I don't have to take the car, I kind of prefer not to. So yeah, I'll probably end up doing that. You know, upon your cape and fly around, hell yeah. Well, then you gotta really build up speed on the downhill, right? Really got to get it billowing. But yeah, so commission is almost finalized, but not 100%. So we'll probably work on that soon. We need something to work on tonight. I have something to work on tonight. And we're going to see how long it takes. Because it might actually be a pretty quick drawing if everything goes... Oh, excuse me. If everything goes smoothly. We also have the Star Wars Day drawing. And let me check to see if we have an extra day in there. Kind of. So, Star Wars Day is going to be Monday, the 4th of May. So we'll have Saturday the 2nd to work on a drawing, right? So we'll have one stream in May. And then it's time, right? Or, you know, we have to have it ready for Monday. So we'll work on this. We'll work on the drawing tonight. And then I might ask the person doing the commission if they're okay with me holding off starting for a week or two just to get the Star Wars Day drawing done. Because I don't want to rush theirs to do a Star Wars thing. And if push comes to shove and it's like, no, I need to sort of get this ready to go, or I would like to have this by, you know, a certain time, then we'll figure it out, right? But yeah, we've got sort of a bit of a bunching up happening of a number of drawings to work on within a similar time frame. So yeah, want to go ahead and get going with this. I think we'll go ahead and jump on in. Obviously, we'll keep yapping about stuff. We can keep chatting. We'll just be multitasking. Let me plug in my camera really quickly and make sure it stays powered on for the entire stream. Would be ideal. There you are. And let's jump on in. I'm gonna move over here. And then we are gonna go over here. I've got all my reference ready to go. Okay. I kind of... how do I want to block this out? How do I want to block this out? We'll just start in on it and see how it feels, see how it goes. I hate to admit, I kind of been playing too much Star Citizen. I ended up playing a lot last night. Because the group that I joined, I saw some people were in the voice chat. And I popped in looking to see if they were doing any activities, and we sort of did a little pickup group to... We were gonna do one thing. We were gonna do some of the events out in Nyx, and then, you know, kind of were chatting about running some of the ASD facilities because, you know, people wanted to do that. And I was like, well, we're all down to run the ASD facilities, and we're here now, but, you know, we're going to be busy later. We want to just do the ASD facilities. And they were like, yeah, okay, that sounds good. So we repivoted, you know, we set everything up, and then we tried to head over and do the ASD facilities, and we couldn't navigate the jump point. Like, we did the jump twice, and it just kept kicking us back to Nyx. And we're like, okay, we're doing Nyx. And we ended up, even with the person in the group that, like, knew what to do, I think we were still in there for, like, 4 hours. It was a very cool event. It was a very cool mission. But yeah, it ended up, like, the longer forum content in Star Citizen takes a long time. Honestly, I think a fair amount of the game takes a long time to do. Some of the stuff is very quick. Like if you just sign up for a bounty hunting mission or some cargo hauling, it doesn't take that long. But like if you want to do, you know, a full haul of mining, or you want to do the ASD facilities or the breaker stations or anything like that, it's pretty, I guess I would say slow. But it doesn't really bother me that it is slow. It's like, well, you know, you're sort of committing to something that's gonna, you know, is gonna take a certain amount of time, and this is, you know, the reward that you can expect to get out of it. So, you know, you're just sort of buckling in and signing up for the content that you're gonna do. And, you know, I think that's fine in the sense of, well, if I'm only, you know, maybe I'll log in and play like once or twice a week, right? You know, it's gonna be the thing that I do occasionally. It's gonna be sort of my weekly, you know, wind down or social activity, or however you want to sort of math it out. Which I think at this point I prefer to, you know, a game that has like daily login requirements or expectations. What if you don't have a block of time that long? So I would say not all of the game requires that you sit down for 4 hours. Right? Like, you can do a little bit of mining and see, you know, if you find the thing that you're looking for. If you do, great. If you don't, you know, you can come back another time. You can do 1 or 2 cargo hauling missions. They don't take that long to do. You can do a little bit of bounty hunting. You know, the missions don't take that long. A lot of the like contract missions are pretty short and sweet. It's definitely more the big like showpiece, or, you know, set piece events that sort of come out with the different patches that they're like, yeah, this is more sort of oriented around group play, and you should expect for it to take longer. I frankly, I don't have, like, there isn't really a way to shortcut it. You know, if you, the best that you can sort of do is, like, if you know there's going to be a group event or something at a certain time, then you can sort of get set up ahead of time just so that there's less, you know, preparation work necessary. But yeah, at a certain point you're kind of just saying, well, you know, this is my activity for the afternoon or the evening. You know, it is similar to going to a D&D group, or going to watch a game or a movie. You know, this is just what you decide is going to be your activity. And again, you might not do that, you know, every day, right? Trying to run like 3 D&D groups a week is a great way to burn out on it. But, you know, people can usually commit or agree to like 1 a week or every other week, and sort of say, well, again, like, this is just what I'm doing today. This is the plan. But I don't know. I understand your question. I don't think it's an unreasonable question, but I think the consequence of not allowing content to take that long or demand that much time is everything just feels kind of floaty and non-committal. Right? Like I kind of miss raids like in WoW, where the group would have to sit down and prepare and, you know, would spend the next few hours running the content and understanding it and progressing through each of the fights. And, you know, Final Fantasy XIV has that, but it's a weird sort of like gauntlet situation where you just have the one fight and you practice on it repeatedly until the content, or until you beat it. You know, it doesn't have the same sort of sense of exploration that I think WoW did, where you're like actually sort of traversing a space from fight to fight. And this is kind of the same thing. Like, it felt, doing the event with these guys, it felt very raid-like. It was like, okay, we gotta go in here, and we're gonna have a room with these enemies, and we gotta clear them out and find this thing, and then take it over here and clear more enemies, and then, you know, plug this in and get this data packet, and then we have to go over here, and we're just gonna sort of go through the sequence of locations and encounters to find what we need and, you know, progress to the final loot room. Unfortunately, the fight did, or the event, the mission, right, they're sort of telling us where to go and what to do, did break. Its sequence broke, and, you know, we did all the steps, but it didn't count them, and we couldn't sort of get it back on track. So we weren't able to complete the mission, but we did get all the stuff out of it. So we kind of just cut our losses and headed home at that point. And it was getting really late. So that part sucked, but it was still a really cool experience. It was the first time that I'd actually like run content with other people like that. So it was nice to sort of see, like, yeah, this is what I joined the group for, was to be able to do that sort of thing. So I was glad for that much, at least. You know, outside of the raids and, you know, the Savage raids, I guess the extreme trials in 14, like when you sign up to one of those, you know, either find a group in Party Finder or you join a static, you know, again, you're sort of agreeing to, well, however many times we agree to meet per week, I'm going to sit down for anywhere between like 2 to 6 hours, depending on the agreement, and we're gonna play the video game. And that's really all I'm going to do for that duration of time, is play the video game. You know, with breaks as needed. But outside of that, there's not a lot that takes a considerable amount of time in the game. Right? The Alliance raids and the normal 8-man raids are typically all done. Like the normal 8-man raids, the normal difficulty, I'd say those are normally done in like no more than 10 minutes. And the Alliance raids take, I don't know, no more than 45 minutes. on some of the Alliance raids, when they're brand new, and most of the community is still figuring out how to do them, people aren't over geared for them. I've seen some Alliance raids run down the clock pretty close, right? The raid has a 3-hour time limit, and I've seen some get under an hour remaining on the timer, but those are exceptions, right? It is very rare that I see it ever get remotely close to that. So most of the game, in terms of time commitment, is very casual. And that's by and large good. I think it is, I think it is a good thing that the game doesn't overly demand or expect time from you. But again, I think two things happen. One, a lot of the content just feels very sort of transitory, right? Like you're not overly committed to it, you're not overly dedicated, it just kind of is. Sorry, let me just check something really quickly. Okay, cool. It's not a terrible thing, but I would say it's not a great thing either. And what most games these days rely on more than expecting you to commit for a long period of time is committing regularly, right? So the game only really expects you to play for maybe an hour a day, right? But that's the thing, it's an hour per day. It is not an hour. What's worse? Logging in, having to log in and do your dailies every day of the week for an hour, or you start to feel like you're falling behind, or only logging in once a week, but it's like a 4 or 5 hour block. It's all very subjective, right? Like, I do not play Star Citizen as much as many people do. I think I'm too casual a player to commit tired. Well, that's fine. I don't think you should feel obligated to play that if you're not comfortable with it. But I think as is the case with many things. Thank you. I'm really happy how quickly the sketch is coming out. I feel like I struggle surprisingly hard with chibis, and this is like one of the ones that is actually coming along really well, and I'm happy with it. Okay, so we're gonna leave that there for a minute. I lied. We're gonna change one thing. Just because I think this will make it easier to work on. So we're gonna change the color on it. And then I don't think we're gonna finish this tonight, but I'm also kind of tempted to see how much we can do. Because I feel like there's the potential to actually be really quick with it. We'll see. I'm not gonna rush it. I just want to see what we can accomplish. So, I don't know. Like, again, you should absolutely be able to play the game at the speed that you want to, at the level of commitment that you want to. And I think a lot of MMOs have almost sort of overcorrected for that, right? Like they make the game non-committal to the point of you kind of never feel like you never have to play that much. But again, there's sort of an expectation of, okay, well, here's how much you have to play per day or per week to keep up with the rate of progression or the curve. And I think the general sort of thing is like, well, if you don't want to play that much, that is totally fine and fair, and you shouldn't have to. But there's also just going to be stuff about the game that you won't do, right? You won't effectively have access to, because, yeah, that requires you to put in a particular amount of effort. You might say, well, that's not fair, but professional sports players, professional athletes are able to compete at that level because they put in the time. Professional musicians are able to perform at that level because they put in the time. Like, yeah, there are such things as talent, but a lot of it is just like sitting and practicing and working at the thing that you care about enough that you're willing to put in the time to understand it and succeed with it. See, I want this to be brown, but I know it's not. It is a different shade of green. A bunch of noise coming from outside. It almost sounds like it's raining, but it's completely sunny. Might just be traffic. I went out. So there was an Indian place I went to with some friends a while back, and it was very good. I was like, I gotta come back here. So I decided to go for dinner tonight, and I got a really good paneer dish. I'm glad I went, but it just reminded me how bad the traffic is. And like, I went around 5. Like, I had plenty of time to get down there and back, but just it was kind of an ugly snarl getting out and getting back. I was like, God, this sucks. I'd like to say it was worth it though. That was damn good. That was damn good food. I love good food. If there's one thing humanity has to its name, it's food. I'm not gonna lie, the whole premise in Dragon Ball Super, that the god of destruction Beerus comes to Earth and is like, yeah, we're gonna end all this, and then he starts having food. He starts trying the food and is like, this is amazing, and ultimately basically decides to spare the Earth. so that he can keep eating food. It's like, yeah, that checks out. That feels right. Eats all day, then naps for literal months. Honestly, it sounds like a pretty good deal to me. He is an icon. He is a moment. Hello, mage. I hope your Choomsday is going well. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm trying to do something. Sketch came in well. I'm just trying to figure out this background. How are you doing? Doing some last minute teamwork for the Pokemon. Oh, nice. I hope that is going well. You said that I read that as Pikmin initially. I was like, I don't know nothing about no Pikmin game. But yes, Pokemon makes more sense. Oh, but it's going well. You know, so we don't need to actually come in and draw like distinct trees. I played Pikmin way back in the game, back in the day. I never beat it. I feel like that game just has like an actual game over state of like, yeah, you fucked up and lost too many Pikmin. You can't win anymore. You have to just start over. Hello, Sonic. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. So yeah, me being young and dumb, had no idea how to beat the game. I don't know if you guys saw, but Artemis is on their way home. They did the transit around the moon. They got some really cool shots. Apparently saw some lunar impacts while they were on the far side. Saw an eclipse of the sun, and now they're headed home. Yeah, I'm sure if I played it now, I would understand what to actually do much, much better. But at the time, I was just like, I don't know. What the fuck is this? My little guys are getting eaten by a giant mushroom frog, and I'm sad. And then you don't get everyone back in the ship by the end of the day, and you fly away and you watch your left behinds get eaten alive, and you're like, this game is awful. I have to recalibrate my YouTube playlist because I watch a fair amount of news stuff through YouTube and like vid docs and such, and somehow like periodically I'll be watching, you know, streams of those, and YouTube gets it into its head that I want like gossip and drama. I want the hottest tea, and I'm like, shut up. I did not ask for this. Really is a lot of guesswork at the moment because they haven't released the official in-game roster of available modes, so every team is theoretical for another 20 minutes. Well, at least you won't have to wait too long. Okay, I do need to make our little subject here a bit smaller. I'm gonna reduce some of the shrubbery work here. There you go. Okay, and then let's just get the road in here. Build out some tone later, but right now it's fine to just block it in. Make sure we have a well-established ground plane. Yeah, so I gotta make the subject just a little bit smaller. They're too close to the bottom of the canvas. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. There we go, perfect. Okay, and then we're gonna grab that color again, because we need to. Do something like that. Work has been very weird this week. Just because I think understandably there isn't a lot of energy. It's kind of like, I don't know. I definitely want to end things well. You know, I want to land the plane, but at the same time, if people slack off, it's like, well, what do I tell them to do? Like, it's literally one of those things of like, what are you gonna do? Fire me? And you're just like, shit, right? I don't know. In some ways, it's kind of nice just because it feels like we're getting the depression side of things out of the way. You know, that's sort of like, it sucks because I have to keep reminding myself that it's like, no, we still have a job. We're not done yet. But at the same time, I kind of have time to like work through the funk and figure out plans and decide like what I want to do and make sure that I have everything sort of taken care of. You know, it's not just like I'm not dealing with the funk and the end of the job at the same time, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that feels nice. Just like, oh, I can actually figure some of this out. think I will move them over just because... Actually, no. I like it where it is. I think this works well. The shot that I'm doing is a little different than what I'm referencing. So sort of repositioning things, figure out what the balance should be. Okay, I think this works though. So, go ahead and see if we can block some colors in, shall we? You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna thin out the umbrella thin enough that it doesn't actually complete the shape. Because it's a clear plastic, so we'll do sort of the patterning for the umbrella on a separate layer. I don't really want to have it with a fill color. But enough to still imply the shape, right? Enough to still inform us. Let's clean up a few odds and ends right there. I'm just gonna sort of simplify the hand, and we can come in and block some more detail into it. I just want to get a few of these areas that are going to mess up the fill resolved and put away. There we go. Alright, that should do pretty well. Let me just double check the sleeve here. Yeah, that is a good shape. Looks good. Looks good. Okay. So tiny. Accurate size, by the way. go. Alright, that looks good. We just need... I might need to do a throwaway color here just because I'm not going to be able to see it otherwise. There we go. Alright, and then let's grab some of this. This is why sometimes I'll just clown color before we even like get the proper ones set up, right? Just to have everything read clearly on top of each other. Little Red Riding Hood. Shit, you're right. And I would definitely be down to keep that, but it is supposed to be green. It does gotta be green. We'll just leave it like that. Little green froggy hood. Exactly. See, standing, you get it. You know what's up. Here we go. There we go. Alright. So then we need one more color sample. I say one. It's probably not one. It's probably more like 5. But shh, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. So cute. It's so cute. No notes. Okay. What's the next thing? Handle. Where'd the umbrella go? Shit. Of course I did. Hang on. I need another reference. Sorry, I realized I'm missing part of it that I need. I have the design of the... What do you call the top part of the umbrella? Is there a specific term for that? There has to be. The Choomsday part. The parachute. There has to be a proper term for it. Okay. There we go. The ferrule. The ferrule? I'm gonna be honest. That is not what I was expecting. On patio umbrellas is called the finial. You're making that up. Didn't I just tell you to stop making up animals? Wait, is that on the hair layer? It sure is. Alright, fine. Fuck you. Yep, if that were a Wordle word, I would lose. I'm like, that's not a real word. Okay, I'm gonna need to... Actually, no, I'm not. I can just do this. There we go. Okay. What else do we need? We need... I'll do the umbrella as its own thing. So we're not gonna do that as part of the block out. So I think it's just the eye. Metal beam are the ribs. Okay, that actually makes sense. The ferrule. Oh, yes, would you like to join me under the ferrule? Oh. There we go. Is this about seeing? Yeah, it's based on it. There is no giant mythical creature in this one, though. Eye, yes. Eye colors. One of the giant frogs. Shit, that's not a bad idea. Shit, I wasn't going to, but now I feel like I have to. It just fits too well not to do it. No, don't be sorry. It kind of works like stupid well. So we're probably gonna do it. Well, let me check. What does the giant frog... Okay. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna do that, but you know what we can and will do? Is that guy. Honestly, I kind of want to have him doing... I kind of want the giant frog to be doing the frog dance just at the bus stop. No reason. Just a frog doing a frog dance. As frogs do. That is like what frogs are the most known for. This is some frog suit. You're right. The Amazonian cat-eared frog. One of the deadliest species of frog in the world. Good catch, Sonic. I truly would have been embarrassed. Also, why is it red? Because I needed a filler color to make the hair stand out. I'll switch it back in a little bit. I'm just blocking everything out. Alright, the last thing, I'm just gonna grab this and make it a little bit brighter. I kind of want to leave it like that. I feel like for the Chibified character, it kind of works. Okay. Let's go ahead and get the sign in, just because we have that there. We just need kind of a cool dark gray for the post. Excuse me. Go like that. And just knock that little bit out right there. And then you maybe this, and then you, wrong one, there we go, can be, let's do that. I'm gonna block it in like so. You will be this. Here, actually, new plan. We'll go like that. And then we just need some of this. And no, man. I'm fat fingering. There we go. Put that right there. And then you just kind of need to come in and make a thing like this. I made it too wide. Actually, I guess not. It looks okay. I think we'll just have a version with and without the frog. For good measure, right? It'll be easy enough to just add in. Okay. We'll just have him in his own group. Alright, and then you. There we go. No, thank you for the head pats and hello, listen. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. Goodness, this shadow is way, way, way too dark. That's okay. Balance it in a bit. How you doing, listen? How does her iris balance against shadow? Oh, I guess the purple kind of stands in for it. That makes sense. Yeah, alright. Just got home? Good work. Welcome home. Good work today. There we go. Oh, let me take the placeholder off so it's not orange anymore. There we go. See, that's why I needed the placeholder color. The jacket and the hair were too similar. It made it hard to read them apart from each other. I'm not going to be overly concerned with the particulars or specifics of where the shadow needs to be. Just want to sort of get everything roughed in. Make sure we have a good set of colors to play with. Well, that's pretty good. Okay. Alright, now let's actually balance this out. So we can take this, we can duplicate this up, set it to an add. Let's do a low intensity add, just so it's a little bit brighter. Then we're going to take the shadows, we're going to drop it down to like 50%, just because it's really intense right now. And then we'll add in an overlay version. It's a little less burny. We do want the shadows to be fairly intense, like it is a night scene, but we don't want it to just like choke everything out, you know? I think that works pretty well. Good. Okay. And then I think... Okay. I'm gonna try this for the moment, and we'll see if it plays nice. I'm just gonna do gray. And we're gonna grab our glass brush. I'm gonna do like that. So you know how I say I'm not a fan of using motion blur in a lot of instances? Okay. Not bad. I think what we can do is take all the negative space out of it. You gonna see that? It's a little too much. It's a little too aggressive. It'll do at least for now. It'll do at least for now. And then what we can do... So my original thought, my original intention was to have sort of like a street lamp. So we're coming down like this. But then I was like, oh, but what if we sort of only have it present, like more visibly in the rain? Unfortunately, it's not showing up super strong, but we can have like a slightly reduced version that isn't held by the rain. I'm just trying a couple different lighting combos, seeing what plays nice. That kind of works. Okay. Yeah. So first things first, just because it really bothers me, is her eyelashes are completely, effectively absent. And that's no good. We're gonna come in and do something about that first. But she does have tone to her eyelashes, so we will get a little bit of that red, and frankly, with the lighting being what it is, maybe not as much as we might in something a bit more neutral. Also, for the sake of argument and mood, I'm going to do one more thing. I'm just gonna darken her up a little bit. Just so we get something that feels a little bit more like integrated into the scene, right? Alright. Her lashes actually don't go down that far. It's more like this. It's gonna be lazy again. Gonna dupe that over. I find especially when you're like setting stuff up, it's fine to do a lot of mirroring and duplicating. Because once you go in and sort of start cleaning things up, adding, you know, unique detail and refining stuff, it'll become distinct from the replicant enough that doesn't really matter what if the foundation is identical, you know? I forgot to add temperature. Let's do a bit of that before we move ahead. Here we go. Very good. Okay, good. That feels better. This kind of awkward, janky. Gotta get that nice richness to the skin tone, right? Also, I realized I didn't like paint a neck in at all. So we're gonna have to give her one of those. But that's okay, because we've got the correct tones that we can just sort of set it up. It's like a single line implying the presence of a neck inside the jacket. Sometimes that's all you need, I guess. Oh, Mage, I know you watched Cinema Therapy. Did you see the one that they just released about Mary Poppins? I've never seen Mary Poppins. I don't know. Probably worth watching at some point. It's a classic for a reason. But they had a really interesting thing that Alan was talking about. So apparently, Mary Poppins has a lot of, very impressive for the time visual effects stuff that they did. Okay, I'm gonna spoil something about it because it's really cool. So they have a couple of scenes where it looks like they blue screened it, right? Where they had the character like standing in front of a backdrop and then they post-processed the backdrop in, right? They had a blue screen or a green screen or something. But this was in like 1960, give or take. They didn't blue screen it. Apparently they had, and I forget exactly what they said the technology was, but it was a special kind of light. It was like a sodium phosphate or something that gave off this like very narrow band, distinct yellow glow. And they just like shown it on a white background, right? So you have this yellow background that the characters are acting in front of. And then they had a camera with a prism inside it. And the prism was made in just the right way so that the light is entering the camera and gets split. So the normal image goes onto one roll of film and is just what you see, right? It's just a normal photo with the background and people and everything. And the other one only picks up the wavelength of that light. And so you get that bright background and everything else is grayscale and black. So you are effectively creating an alpha mask using two rolls of film. One for the normal image and one you create an alpha roll. And so they could basically just like superimpose the two rolls on top of each other and then lay their background in using a third roll. And so that's how you get these crazy shots where like Mary Poppins is in this fantasy background And you know, she has her like white dress on with the hat and this like sheer veil that's transparent, and the background is showing up through the veil because the lighting is partially able to penetrate the fabric, and so it comes across as grayscale. And then when they use it as an alpha map, it is kind of there, but it's kind of not, as opposed to like a blue screen, which would be all or nothing. What's like doubly impressive about this is still a problem that we struggle with. Like, even for me as a streamer, you know, there are thankfully plugins that communicate between OBS and VTube Studio so that I can just send like a perfectly alpha image of my model from VTube Studio to OBS. But the typical way that you would need to do it would be chroma keying. You're doing a blue screen or a green screen, you know, whatever color makes the most sense for your character. But then you get into weird issues with transparency. It's like, well, you're fucked. Because the alpha is effectively only able to work all or nothing. Or you get those weird like colored halos where it's like trying to cut it out at a partial alpha, but the background color isn't working, or the background color is green, so you get this like sort of green see-through effect. So it's like, it's 2025 and we're still figuring out solutions to the problem that Mary Poppins figured out in like 1960. And then they lost the camera. No one knows where the camera is. And they only made like 2 of that prism, they were saying. So we just don't have it anymore. It is, I'm sure somebody could make a new one. Like, it is scientifically understood, but it's literally a lost technology. They're like, they made it for that movie and they have not made another one since, and the ones that they made are gone. I'm not gonna lie, when they said that, I had this like this momentary urge of like, I have to find it. I have to find this piece of cinematic history. I'm gonna go on a treasure hunt, Chooms. As if I would know where to even start. Like, anywhere I could think to start has probably been turned over like 100 times. But still, there's the drive, the compulsion, the glory, the adventure. A Jedi craves not these things. You know, I was watching one of Generation Tech's videos talking about the video was more sort of looking at the blockade of Naboo in episode 1, which I feel like has become remarkably topical in the last year and a half. But one of the things that Alan, the guy that makes Generation Tech, was talking about is the Star Wars prequels, for all of their faults, are kind of a remarkable movie. Like, they're kind of an auteur project. You know, if you try to go to a studio and pitch the idea of, okay, so we're going to tell a big sci-fi epic fantasy, you know, heroic story about interplanetary trade politics and blockades, like, you would get rejected out of the room as fast as they could possibly call security. Like, Lucas was only able to tell that story because he had already been successful with the original trilogy and basically just had a green light to make the movie that he wanted to make. Now, I think that was both a blessing and a curse, and I'm not going to agree with Alan that the prequels are the best Star Wars. Well, he didn't say they're the best. They just said they're his favorite. But I will admit that I think Lucas tried in many ways to expand the depth of Star Wars as a complex representation of a dynamic society. I will grant that much. I just wish it was written better. Because I feel like there are a lot of really interesting ideas in the prequels, but the actual execution of them, in most cases, is just completely lacking. And I think a lot of it also benefits from having additional material that expands out a lot of the ideas that the movies don't clearly depict or get around to. You know, just additional things that the characters are thinking, or background on why a particular event is happening, and on and on and on and on. And like, if you just look at what is in the movies, I don't think it executes a lot of the ideas super well. Like, one of the ones I started thinking on was sort of this idea that the Jedi were deceived and manipulated by the Sith, and you know, their abilities were shrouded, and you know, Palpatine was sort of able to obscure his identity and his machinations until the last minute, when he effectively just chose to let the Jedi discover him. And I get that that is the intention, but it just kind of comes across as the Jedi are fucking stupid. Not incorrect. Well, and like, Yoda. Man, Yoda. Always felt to me that the Jedi got too comfortable. See, that is true. And I feel like that is an angle that could have been played up more. Right? The Jedi were effectively arrogant. You know, they had not had a serious conflict in centuries. You know, they had had some disputes and ongoing, you know, instability in the Outer Rim that they were, you know, had tried to help with and kind of stalled out on. They thought they got too big to lose. They did. They absolutely did. But see, I don't feel like that was accurately depicted either. I think the Clone Wars helped. I think the Clone Wars made that feel more noticeable, right? The sense of like simultaneously the Jedi feel overwhelmed because they haven't, you know, gone up against a crisis of this scale in forever, but also so arrogant or so self-assured of their dominance that they don't feel like they can be brought down. All while sentiment of the war is connected to the public image of the Jedi Order because they're literally on the front lines of so many of the conflicts. So as the war drags on and becomes more unpopular, the Jedi become more unpopular. And that is, you know, part of Palpatine moving sentiment in ways that benefit him. Like, again, there's expanded material that does a lot of legwork to make it more successful, but the movies don't get there on their own. And if we only had the movies, if we had never gotten any of that expanded material, it would not feel as good or be as impactful as it is. And like what I was saying, Yoda, so you have episode 5, right? Back in 1980, Empire Strikes Back comes out, you meet Yoda, he has all this wisdom, he has understanding of the Force, all of these things, right? And you're like, wow, this guy is super smart. And then you see him in the prequels. And he's saying and doing all the same things as he is in the later movie. And it turns him into an idiot because having led the Jedi Order for 600 years to its destruction, he then proceeds to learn nothing and teach Luke the same lessons that he taught every other Jedi. You know, the dead ones. Like, say what you will about episode 8, and there's a lot to say. I'll not pretend otherwise. However, when Yoda appears in that, and, you know, kind of admonishes Luke of like, we need to teach our students about failure, and we need to teach them of our failures, because failure is the greatest teacher. Like, that was kind of the first time it felt like Yoda was admitting to the fact that he did not do a great job. That he made mistakes and they had terrible consequences. You know, I don't blame episode 5 or episode 6 Yoda because that iteration didn't know yet, but it's just weird that prequel Yoda was kind of just depicted in the same way. And so it makes him come across as incredibly arrogant. You know, the Jedi have this philosophy of detachment from the world around them to better serve a greater cause and to better understand the living force. But I feel like at some point they would have realized, like, we are not dealing with species that do complete emotional detachment very well. We need to understand how to present the Force to our students in a way that actually resonates with them, because this isn't working. I don't know. I love the amount of depth there is. I love the storytelling. I think, stuff like Clone Wars and all is really good. I will not give the prequels a pass for not being able to carry their own weight. I think there's stuff that they do accomplish pretty well. I think there is some stuff that in hindsight is like, oh, that's actually kind of cool. But I think as standalone storytelling vehicles, they don't do a great job. And I'm gonna hold to that. I'm willing to hear arguments to the contrary, but what am I doing with the sleeve? I don't like quite where the sleeve is sitting. I do think there's a little bit of what should we call it? Like follow-up syndrome that a lot of sci-fi kind of runs into, of looking at, the great predecessors, Star Wars, Star Trek, etc., and everything that they've sort of built up and canonized over decades of existence. And there's sort of a sentiment of, oh shit, we have to like come in with that level of depth and consideration and exploration. It's like, this is not an artificial process, right? It is not somebody like Gene Roddenberry and George Lucas did not sit down at a desk and, write out 40 years of canon before starting the original thing. Right? They had a core concept with room for growth. And then once they were initially successful, they went and built more. They didn't say, well, I'm not going to make the first movie until I have the 9th movie figured out. No, figure out if we can get a movie to work in the first place. It's kind of like the expectation now is you have to have that much of the story and of the universe figured out before you even like get to filming or developing or writing or whatever. I need an extra darker tone. Really fully knock in the occlusion and the low lighting. The boots are making it stand out like a sticker. Need to get in there. The other thing she's missing is a cast shadow, which is making the whole thing very awkward, but I'll get there. You know who did sit down and try and just write out like decades and decades of lore? Tolkien! And he wrote a fucking history book / encyclopedia, and then he died of old age without finishing it. And to be fair, that was after writing. I don't actually know how many books Tolkien wrote, but you know, he wrote 4 books in Middle Earth at least. I don't know if he wrote any other side stories, did he? Oh wow, he wrote a lot. What? I don't know. Because, like, the last one on the list on the Tolkien Society is the collected poems of J.R.R. Tolkien. So, I mean, he wrote the poems, but he didn't put the book together. I don't know at what point it's like, okay, but he already passed away, and this is sort of people putting his work together. Still, prolific writer. My point is just, you know, you try and sit down and write the encyclopedic work of the last 2,000 years of your universe. You're gonna forget to actually write the story. Some days you just gotta write the damn book. I am glad the whole cinematic universe trend seems to have largely fallen by the wayside. Like, don't get me wrong, I loved MCU. I thought it was a lot of fun, at least up until Endgame. I kind of fell off MCU after that point, but I don't know. There is a point where it becomes more of a chore than something to be excited about. Like, you gotta figure out a way, if you're gonna do a shared universe for your franchises or whatever, to make it like fun without making it feel obligatory. I feel like that's even where MCU started to fall short, was a sense of like, okay, well, I need to see all of these movies before I can go watch this one. And it's like, I don't want to do that. I want to just go see a movie and have fun with it. Like, don't get me wrong, if I'm gonna go see Iron Man 6 or whatever, I would expect to see the previous Iron Mans. That's fair. But why do I need to watch 2 Guardians of the Galaxy movies and Ant-Man and Doctor Strange if I want to fully understand my Iron Man movie? How much homework can you expect me to do for this? And like, again, welcome to my channel. We talk about Star Wars a lot. I think there are a lot of things that, you know, like the various Star Wars shows and whatnot will do where they will have a nod or some such, a reference, a call out to something that if you know, you know. But if you don't know, you can just continue to watch it and enjoy it fully in ignorance of the little thing that they pointed at and, you know, winked at the audience. It is not necessary. But it's cool if you are aware and you have watched the other things. Okay. We'll come back up to the eyes for a minute, just because they're soul piercing. I don't know, I might need to change the pupils after all. I feel like they're a little distracting. Or maybe the purple. Maybe we just need more of the low tone, so it doesn't feel quite so pop out. Man, I really just kind of slapped this in, didn't I? That's okay. There is a YouTube channel I like. There's a lot of YouTube channels I like, in case you guys haven't noticed. His name is Laserpig. He's a military historian, military YouTube historian. But I don't know. I think he's very well researched, incredible in his work. I'm willing to call him a historian, even if he doesn't have a doctorate or whatever. Even if he isn't like officially recognized, I think he's very good at getting his facts straight and presenting them in a humorous and edutational manner. But he put out a video on why the Soviet T-72 sucks. Part 1. It was like a 45-minute video, and he never once talked about the T-72. The entire video was basically preamble explaining how we get to the T-72, right? It is looking at the history of Soviet tank production to get to that point. And I think the last one that we really look at in the video is the T-62, which I believe is the predecessor to the 72. And, he's very self-aware and sort of calls out multiple times in his own video, like, Laserpig, we're 2 hours into the video, how come, and we still haven't even looked at the T-72? What are we doing? Where is the tank that we were going to talk about? But, I think he's very right in sort of the way that he presents the information, the way that he calls himself out, that history is nothing in history is a vacuum, right? You can't just look at the specs of the T-72 and say this is a good tank or a bad tank, or you can't look at the specs of the F-14 and say this is a good plane or a bad plane, or the Spitfire and say this is a good plane or a bad plane, etc., etc. You need to understand the environment that this particular thing was developed for, right? What is the historical context that the T-72 is being developed in, and the theater of war it is being designed for. So yeah, you are going to spend a lot of time setting the stage to understand this is what they were thinking about, what they had succeeded with previous designs and failed with previous designs, and the anxieties that they had going into the creation of this here tank. And, I imagine that the drafting process for the video was probably going to be more straightforward. He was probably going to get to talking about the tank sooner, and then went, wait, but I need to explain this first. I need to contextualize why this particular thing happened and how that is important for this tank. And then that just kind of kept snowballing until he had to split it into 2 videos because it would have been like 3 hours long. And it does make history impossibly complex, right? Because there are so many lenses, there are so many ways that any given thing can be assessed and understood and contextualized and argued and so on and so forth. But in a way, I feel like it also helps, because people love storytelling. People love narrative. And I think where a lot of history courses, a lot of history lessons and classes, whatever, fall short is you open the textbook, it's very dry, and you have a bunch of dates and people and places. You have to remember that this particular event took place at this time, and these were the people involved, and then you have to regurgitate it for the test. And if you remembered it, you get an A, and if you don't remember it, you get an F, and that's kind of the end of it, right? This is about as far as any of the discussion goes for a lot of people. And I think if you have more of the context, it becomes easier to remember because you're not trying to remember the dates. You start to remember, okay, this thing led to this thing, led to this thing, and then this happened because this other thing happened, and those events ended up weaving together to result in this crisis, and so on and so forth, right? It becomes structured and sensible. It's not just a bunch of random facts and figures. And it's more complicated to explain, but I think it also does a better job of explaining it. That you kind of lose by just trying to grab raw data and present it as a complete idea. I was thinking about whether or not to have her smiling. I kind of like the little mouth of just like sitting in the rain, like, well, this kind of sucks. This is not great. I'm actually gonna switch the music over for a little bit. This might be largely the same stuff, but here we go. I think it's coming along pretty well. Okay, I need to deal with this one little bit down here, and then I need to give her a ground shadow because it's bothering me. Here we go. Good. Let's bring the corners of the eye down a little bit too. They're a little sharp. Up a little too high. It kind of rounds the eyes out a little bit better. Just makes the gaze a little bit softer. Also, just because I always forget to do it, not always, but just think it would help. Okay, cool. Should probably draw the umbrella all the way up to top, and then at least imply the ribbing. Like so. I don't think we'll be able to see much of the ribbing once all is said and done, but it'll be good to have it there and know that it's working. button. I know what's bothering me about the sleeve. It shouldn't be above the hand. It should be like down here. It should be draping on the wrist. And then this part should be the top part of the sleeve. The top of the tube, so to speak. I think the sleeve is also a little too large. It could be brought down. Or at least just better define the shape here. One of the things I think I'm trying to do, not necessarily with the drawings that we do on stream, but some of the off-stream stuff. I want to get more comfortable with just leaving things sort of sketchy. Like, I don't need to, you know, perfectly, completely render everything, right? I can just, it's like, that is enough. That's clear enough. That makes sense. And just sort of let things be. I feel like that'll let me get to more ideas more quickly, because sometimes I will, like, I'll be, you know, continuing to work on a drawing and feel like I'm kind of done and ready to move on to something else, but I don't feel like the drawing is done. I don't feel like everything is as rendered out as I would like it to be, and so I kind of will end up sitting on something for longer than I necessarily want to, just because I feel like I need to put more work into it to fully flesh out the idea. It's like, maybe I don't. Maybe it's okay to just have, you know, the aspects of it that I wanted to hit on, and I got those parts, and I can move on to other things. Yeah, no. I like this button more than I like the other one. Am I gonna be lazy? You're goddamn right. Like I said, I'll break them up so I've got more variety between them. They're not carbon copies, but it's just for sort of establishing a look and feel. I don't mind duplicating it. Yeah, I don't think we're not gonna finish this tonight. I don't think. I think we're making a lot of really good progress. I'm really happy with how it's turning out, but I think I'm gonna want to keep polishing through it on Saturday. I don't want to pull Thursdays off of development time yet. We might do that 1 week. Just to sort of make sure we get all those various drawing ideas that I was talking about before. But we are not there yet. We still gotta put more work into the background, we gotta put work into the frog. Gotta do the umbrella. So it's still a good amount to hit on before all is said and done. I have not forgotten about the frog. There we go. Let's get that collar right in order. Good. Also trying to get a little bit of the wet surface texture in as we go. There we are. Extremely shiny up here. Actually, it looks kind of good. I kind of like how the highlight turned out. Alright, let's just round out this eye a little bit. No shrimping, no shrimping, no. There we go. There we go. I haven't written anything down, but I kind of started like, thinking about a list of all the things I'd like to do this summer. It's like, shit, there's still not going to be enough time to get to everything, right? Because I'd like to practice Blender, want to work on the game, want to do more drawings. I got games that I want to play. Yeah, I'm still sort of weighing the possibility of going on a trip. This is like, even with my time granted back to me, I still don't know. I still don't feel like I'm gonna get to everything that I would want to get to. I'm gonna have to pick and choose some stuff. And probably, just be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna. This week I'm gonna do this. One of the other guys at the company that I talk to periodically was saying that, it's totally fair. Like when you finish a job or something, you get laid off or you're transferring to another one, to take like a week or two and just decompress and everything. I was like, yeah, a week or two. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, you know, just the two. But I suppose it is fair. Because, you know, the job hunting process is gonna take a while, so even once I get back on track with that, it's not gonna be like, oh, everything just sort of gets right back into it. But I don't know, job hunting is a job in of itself. Like that can be an all day commitment, multiple days in a row. So I definitely know I need to crack in on that sooner than later, but I still don't want to crack in on it right away. Hello, Jack. Happy Choomsday. How are you doing? How's your week going? Hope you're having a good one. And some rest here and there. There we are. I did have a few people reach out, just offer support and everything. I do really appreciate it. Like I said, I am in a position where I'm not going to be in trouble for a while. So please don't feel obligated or anything, but I still appreciate everyone being as supportive as they have been. It was very kind. Could have been better. I'm sorry. What's happening? If you want to talk about it. Let's see. I certainly know the feeling. Alright, that's looking better. I'm sorry your week is giving you trouble. Okay. Let's go like that. I just need to sort of build out the shape of the toe a little bit more. Do not want to talk about that's fair. You can relax and watch famous. Aww. That's sweet of you. No, that's totally fair. I hope it gets better though. Yeah. Starting me in peace tonight. We're making good time on it. There's just enough that I want to do that I think we are going to put another evening into it. Next time. Good. You did? And don't do that. thank you for the 15 stream streak. That's a lot of streams. Why is that crow on fire? Did the crow perhaps commit a murder? Oh, brother, this guy stinks! There we go. Gonna work this back and forth until I'm happier with it. That looks weird. I don't like it. A murder. Let me see if I can find. I guess that'll do. Yeah, I feel like I've got a reference photo here. It's like I'm technically doing more or less the right thing. It just feels weird. It doesn't look right. Okay. I guess part of what makes it look a little bit weird is that the shape isn't really like influenced by the folds. So like this needs to come in lower. Maybe this needs to roll a bit like that. It's a bit better. Alright. Alright, that feels a little bit better. Okay. Before, let's get the design of the umbrella in. I think that'll be good to do. If I can, anyway. We'll figure it out. Okay, so this is gonna come over like this, so it's gonna go like that. You're gonna go like that. Right up to about here, so. And then that's gonna come up like so, and then go and then you're gonna go like that. And then we're gonna reduce that back a little bit. You're gonna go like that. Go like that. You're gonna go like that. And then let's actually make that a little bit more proper green. Cut back on that. So I just want to sort of curve the shape a bit more. Good. Okay. And then we're gonna have a little bit of a shape over here. And then we're gonna come back with more of like a yellowy tone. And make a bit of a something up here. And it comes across like that, or disappearing off that way. Okay. I'm not 100% sure what is going on with some of these details. Did I close the window already? No, it's right there. Good. Okay, so that is part of the umbrella. Okay, let's grab those colors then. Might subdue them a little bit just to sort of bring some of it a bit more in line with the color of the drawing in general, but you can at least set it up the right way, or set it up with the pure albedo. Oh, it's the same design repeated 4 times. So I can actually just flip this and move it down there. And then we can just kind of twist it around to get the right approximate shape. And fill in the missing bits on the far side. Good. Alright, and then you just need a large landmass shape like so. Good. Good, I'll take that. Come back here, and you are gonna be you're gonna be the larger chunk of this. Gonna go out like that, come back like that, and just gonna come in like this. We're gonna have a little thing that's gonna loop around like so. And we'll pretend that's good. And this can be a lot thinner actually. More like that. Yeah, this one should actually go behind the character like this. Look at that, it's like I actually know what I'm doing. It's like I actually have a plan here. Could you imagine me having a plan? God, I would be unstoppable. Okay. And then we just need a little bit of this purpley tone. Kind of fill in some of the area around here. Same as we did blue section. We'll go around like that. And then lastly, we need some magenta. I guess more of a fuchsia. It's kind of subjective, I guess. It's a matter of opinion. You can go like that. You can go like that. You can go like that. Put another one over there. Good. And then just for simplicity's sake, I'm going to drop the back ones by like 40% opacity, just to give it a little bit of a little sense of depth to it. Knock this down to like 70%. Nope, that's the wrong layer. That is very much the wrong layer. Go away. Just set all of them a bit lower. Give a bit of transparency. Hey, Coco. Welcome in. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad you like it. Thank you. Let me do this real quick. There it is. How are you doing, Coco? How's my favorite sheepy? Play marathon. How are you liking it? I know you have a couple reservations, but seems like you're enjoying it overall. Having a good time with it. I have it. I got it through work. I have not installed it. I've been busy with other things. It's like, I'm definitely curious, but I have not taken the time to try it out yet. Okay. Yeah, at some point I really need to just give it a proper go. See what I think of it. But I think that'll have to wait for a little while. I decided once I get more work done with my model, I guess I'll go ahead and say once the debut is done, I need to sit down and play Expedition 33. That has been on my to-play list for months, and I was just listening to the music, and I'm just like, I just gotta play this. I just have to play the game. There we go. I'm gonna need to find a better font for this. But it's okay, we'll do that later. What is this? Oh, it's the wall. That up here. There we go. Double check my reference on this right quick. Okay, yeah, it is just a square beam. Just do like that. Good. You also need a ground shadow. I think, I don't know. Honestly, I've been enjoying Star Citizen a lot. It's definitely still got a lot of bugs, but like, even when I have problematic, or not problematic, but like, you know, I'll have a play session, even when it's afflicted by bugs or performance issues, I'll still go back in and be like, I want to play more. You know, I'll take a break, obviously, but I'm not like, I don't know, for a long time, especially as the bugs start to pile up, I'd just get kind of burned out and be like, I'm done. I will check in with you next patch. And that might still happen, but I feel like I'm putting more playtime into it without feeling the same level of burnout. So hopefully that's a good sign. Hopefully it's a sign the game is going in the right direction. I really hope they can finish up Squadron though, so that they can get an actual QA team back on Star Citizen. I feel like all of the QA work, all of their QA power is dedicated to Squadron right now, getting that ready for release. I think Star Citizen just gets whatever's left over, and then the players are doing a lot of the bug tracking. It's obviously not ideal, but hopefully the status quo won't last too much longer. We can get back to actually... When I say get back, they've been working on Squadron the whole time. It's not like they had some brilliant idea out of nowhere to make a single player game. Here we go. Get in here. Knock some of that out. Good. I know, I put all this work into this highlight and I end up not wanting it. But I realized the signs have this little white border around them. And so we shall. Good. Have any of you guys been to see the second Mario movie? The reviews for it have been pretty scathing from what I've seen. And not even in like the, well, the film critics just don't get it kind of way. Like, no, this is actually brain dead. I don't know, I'm sure it's at least decently fun, but it sounds like they kind of overdid it on the references and one-offs and bits to the point that almost, again, this is just kind of the hearsay, but it almost just kind of comes off as like a shorts reel rather than a coherent movie. It's like, what did you do? The first one was quite well received. People really enjoyed that, and sounds like they did not follow up super well. I never watched the first one. I kept meaning to, I just never got around to it. Here we go. Wait, I already have a color here. What am I doing? Okay. It's looking pretty good overall. Let's try and clean this up a little bit. Let's see, I think her hood is big enough we won't really see the pointiness of her ears at all. Yeah, they're in there somewhere, it's fine. Do you think elves would need to have like special sections stitched onto their hood to make room for the ears? I suppose it depends on the elves, but like Frieren. Does Frieren ever wear a hood? I don't think she does. She has scarves, I know. She has like tall collared jackets, but I don't think she ever has a hood on. Okay. There we go. A little bit. Oh, Every so often, my pen seems to cross a wire and just like get the pressure sensitivity a little bit wrong. Just how you get those weird like splotches occurring. I feel like some traditional purists would be like, oh, those shortcomings of technology. Should have just used paint. Because traditional mediums never make messes or have random splotches appear out of nowhere. Get out of here, straw man artist. You don't know me. Okay. Okay, I think Ivy's looking pretty good. Definitely more than I want to do, but I want to put some effort into... Yeah, let's do the background for now. We'll save the frog for next time. Help me remember to do the frog, though. I will probably remember, but just in case, help me out. But yeah, let's just work on the background some for the rest of the evening. Just polish that up a little bit more. Okay, there's my reference. We're gonna pull this up, and then you, and then come in like that. Let's get some color worked in. The sounds are very important. This is the sound of a road getting made. See, if you make the right sounds, then you manifest the thing into the drawing. It's part of the process. You gotta trust the process. Good. That looks better. It definitely has more texture and variety to it. Oh shit. When is the next GDQ? I know it's not gonna be for probably not until at least June. I'm not like rushing to get to it or anything, but I swear GDQ is one of those things that I always forget it's happening until it starts. And I'm like, oh shit. Looks pretty good, I think. Get some more fizzling going on up here. I'm sure there are brushes that could get particular textures or feel or whatever, but I don't know, there's something almost therapeutic of just doing it yourself. Just building out the feel of the branches of the leaves a little bit at a time. Sort of massaging it back and forth. Here we go. Alright. Actually, one more thing with the background. I just want to knock a little bit of it back. It's a little less intense. Or a little less noticeable compared to... I like that one. We'll keep that. But I think that's going to knock back. Just relative to the shrubbery, we don't want it to be too prominent, right? We can work on the far shrubbery and give that a little bit more variety. Yeah, there we go. That looks pretty good. And then we can come back up to the foreground, where we have our actual shrub layer. Got a little bit more going on in there too. Have some overlap with the road as well, just so that it doesn't get quite so binary, right? A little bit of variety in the surfacing. Oh, I'm on the wrong brush. I was like, why is it not laying down color the way I want? That'll do it. Let's see. Try this one. What am I doing here? Okay, I see. Here. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. It's starting to look like something approximating plants. Put some Ivy creeping up the tree here. Get it? You know, I think about it. Do we have ivy around here? I'm not sure we do. We definitely have like creeping vine plants. But actual ivy. Huh. Can't think of any. It's not in the immediate area. It's one of those things that's just like, I'm so used to seeing it, I don't really think about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, do we? There's a bunch of like vine plants and such that I think I just kind of automatically assumed to be ivy. But now that I think about it, a lot of that is blackberries. Yeah, it's just kind of it feels like just a ubiquitous plant. You just see it everywhere and you're like, yeah, that's ivy. But now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I don't know. Alright, getting there. It's looking good. Just gotta keep playing it. You know, let's look it up. Let's see. Well, so Ivy is brought up on the government website as identification and control. Information about noxious weeds, common ivy and Atlantic ivy. Common ivy and Atlantic ivy are non-regulated Class C noxious weeds. This means they are widespread. Property owners are not required to control, though it is encouraged. It is illegal to buy, sell, or offer it for sale in the state. Huh. Okay, yeah, it is around. Though we wish it weren't. Not our ivy, though. We love our ivy. The plants. Yeah, I guess it's just one of those things. It's like, it's so commonplace, I don't even think about it. Playing controls over there like, well, somebody has to. That's looking pretty good. We can get the rain turned back on and see how that's feeling. Something still feels a little off in the expression. Thank you. I think the eyebrows definitely help. I think it might just be that, you know, this far away you kind of can't see them and you just have these like giant saucer plate eyes. Hmm. Just keep rounding those out a bit more. We can do something about the nose too over here. The character is simple enough, cartoonish enough. I think we're not going to bother to go in and do like a full nose render. We can still do like the correct general shape of it, you know? Even my TVs get noses. No one is spared a nasally fate. There we go. Okay. It's looking pretty good. Pretty good so far. But we can do better. And just keep sort of trying to refine the relationship of the sleeve here. Get the depth right, get the point of the elbow sitting better. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get that wet texture on it too, you know? Sort of emphasize the reflectivity the right way. Get those like shiny Fresnel reflections, you know? Just sort of round the shape out. There we go. You know, I was curious earlier because there's been a bit of a meme about cortisol going around, just like it's the stress hormone. I was like, I don't actually know what cortisol does, and so I looked it up and, you know, went to, I don't remember which page it was one of the like National Health Institutes, and it was explaining it's like, yes, cortisol is the stress hormone. It also does all these other things. And I'm like, oh. Oh, this is way more complicated than the meme. It's like the body was just like, yeah, I've got this hormone that I'm making, so I can just kind of use it to trigger all these other things. That's fine. Why use many signal when one signal worked good? I don't know, Bonnie's good at that sort of thing. I imagine it must be very frustrating for doctors and medical researchers. I was like, the reason all of your medicines have all those side effects is like, yeah, we're targeting this specific thing to get this, but the thing we're targeting is also used for all these other things. So in affecting the levels for this purpose, we kind of fuck up all this other stuff. Sorry. we literally cannot isolate it. Okay, let's. What do I want to do with this? This helmet, hood. Let me pour some tea really quickly. Need some more brain juice is what I need. We're almost to the point where it is time for cold brew coffee again. We're almost back to cold brew season. Not quite, but almost. I feel like her expression will actually make more sense once we put the frog in. Just like, just look ahead. Don't make eye contact. Yeah, I want to redo the rain effect. Like, it's a good placeholder, but I think it doesn't quite have the level of control that I want to see. I want to do it again. Do it better. Not right now, but definitely on the list for next time. There we go. Good. Just don't look at it. Just don't look at it. It's fine. Do not perceive. Do not acknowledge. There we go. How's it going, chat room? How y'all doing out here tonight? Just chilling. Just chilling is good. I'm glad you're able to chill. It is important. There we go. Remember also that if you're working or playing, save your work. Mom, I can't save. It's an online game. God. Doesn't work like that. Don't understand me. Make this a little bit more leafy, a little bit brighter. Let's come in and do highlighting pass on the hair here. I think we'll try and make it pretty sharp because I want the hair to have a wet texture to it. Particularly around the ends, we really want to emphasize like this part is getting more drenched. There we go. There we go. Alright. I like how this is coming along. I think we'll have plenty of time on Saturday to really just sort of polish things up, make it all feel really nice, get it singing. But yeah, the fact that we already have it in a state that if I really wanted to, I feel like we could ship it. We could call it done. Is really great. I did want to put a little bit more work into it, but, you know, I was thinking about just making this a one session speed paint. I feel like if we needed to, we could sign off on it and be done with it, but I don't know, despite all the list of stuff to work on that I was talking about at the top of the stream, I don't really feel like I don't want to force it or anything, you know? I feel like there's still a bit more that we can do to really make it all it can be. I do want to do a little bit of this. I want to add some puddles to the road. I want to add a few places where the water's really like piling up. especially around the edges. I don't know. This one's fun. It's a fun little drawing. Let's see. We got a few minutes left. What can we do in that time? Let's do this. No, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. I'm trying to find the frog. There you are. Okay, but I want a big one. That'll do. No, it won't because it's moving. Yeah, it's fine. Oh wow, it actually came in with the alpha. It's perfect. It's so good. I just need it as a placeholder, but we'll work on that next time. Oh, it's the greatest idea. It's so good. It's gonna be amazing. Waiting, yep. Just waiting for the bus, as frogs do. It's so great. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of lighting on him. We'll do a proper like paint over to work it into the scene. I just want, you know, a reference of the full emote for like size and proportion, everything. It's gonna be so great. I am gonna present a version without the frog and with the frog, but I think the version with the frog is the canonical version. I think we can all agree on that, right? There we go. Just gonna clean up this highlight splotch. Make it feel a little bit more constructed and less accidental. I mean, to some degree, the accident makes sense, but also will be deliberate to boot. Run this out like so. You know, I was thinking earlier, thinking the other day about, you know, at one point I was sort of talking about there being chapters, right? And like in school, it's really easy to establish chapters because you have summer break and then you have each grade of school. And as you know, get older and you start working, the jobs don't really have the same sort of breakup, and so it can feel very sort of monotonous, very tedious. And it occurred to me, so I'll be just over 4.5 years when this job ends. And I was thinking about all the other sort of chapters, and aside from primary school, which was 6 years for us, and my primary school was first grade through sixth grade, this will have been the longest like single stint really of anything for me. Like, you know, college was 4 years, grad school was 3 years, high school was 4, but I did 2 at high school and 2 at a community college, so I kind of, honestly, I separate those two. I don't really think of them as being the same thing. So like, this has been a significant period for me. And yeah, it kind of dragged on for a while, but it's not, it is not insignificant, the amount of time that I was doing this. So it is kind of weird, like, in tech, having the same job for 4 years is like, my god, you're old. What are you still doing here? Why haven't you moved somewhere else? Like, I don't know. I don't feel a particular need to rock the boat. I'd rather stick around doing something that I actually enjoy for slightly worse pay than play the job hopping game and get into a position I don't like, but it pays me well. So yeah. See what the next chapter is. See how long that goes for. I do get a little bit nervous just because, you know, I've had a number of people, you know, reassure me that it's like, oh, you know, I'll find something. You're talented, you're skilled, you're a good worker, and all that. And part of me is just like, well, I really hope I don't disappoint you. Let me try something. I think we're gonna try this really quickly. See how I like it. If I don't, we drop it. If it's good, we keep it. I was just seeing if darkening the yellow for the pupils helped at all. I don't think it does. Let's just drop it. That's fine. So yeah, I definitely want to rework the rain. Like, it was a good first pass. Did its job, but I think more than anything, let's try this. I think the brush that I used was just, I think I put too much of it. I think the brush that I used just made some of the raindrops too thick. And like, we want the rain to be very intense, but I don't know, there's a limit to it, right? I feel like that's not super different from what we had before, but that works a bit better. Yeah. Alright. So, next time, so we have game dev stuff, right? We took a week off from that because of the everything. But I do want to get back on that. So we're going to be working on pages on Thursday. We'll do some more stuff with the run cycle for Jordan. And honestly, that'll probably be pretty much the entire stream. If there's time, we might start looking at another animation, but I think we'll have plenty to clean up with the one that we have on deck right now. So yeah, that'll be the plan. And then we'll finish this up on Saturday. And depending on how things are looking, how things are going, we might be ready to start the commission, or we might get working on the Star Wars Day piece. Either or. How much time do we have? So assuming we finish everything up here, I think we can get both done. You know, especially if we throw a Thursday or two at it. I think we can get the commission and the Star Wars piece done by the 4th. I'm not... Yeah. I think if this took longer, that would be more tenuous, but you know, looking at finishing this on Saturday with time to spare, I'm not worried about it. I think we are hitting a really good stride this year. I think we're getting a lot of work knocked out at a good pace. And thank you. I appreciate getting to hang out with all of you. It is always a highlight of my day, even when I'm having bad days. It always cheers me up. It always makes me feel better to get to do the stream with y'all. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate that this is a place that you want to hang out, that you enjoy the company and the chill times. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad. We'll see y'all next time, and we're gonna find somebody that we can raid. Who's on tonight? Bye bye, YouTube.